Hello! Oh, forgot about... I knew I was forgetting something. There we go. There we go. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. My name is Almantas VT. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. This is going to be my last scheduled stream for a minute. This is not, because tomorrow I am going to be at Ratmost's channel, so I will be on her channel, but I will not be on my channel. And then after that, I'm going to be on travel for a while. I might do some guerrilla streams in the meantime, but I'm not going to schedule. I'm not going to schedule anything until I feel until I'm not traveling, right? I don't want to be trying to make a schedule while I'm living out of a suitcase. is what it is, right? Yeah, so that's finally the old man Yowie. I mean, it happens. I mean, we're not going... I wasn't planning on discussing Epic of Gilgamesh today. I do love Gilgamesh. I do like Gilgamesh. But yes, I do like the oldest man Yowie. It's a good book. It's a really good book. It's a really good book. It's a really good book. Quite a few big watch streaks here. Few big watch streaks. Golf Alpha Yankee. I don't know what the hell you're on about. I don't know what the hell you're on about, but geez, Pete's. But yes, that is a hell of a watch streak. I don't know that I've ever gotten a 35 watch streak on like anybody's channel. Not even on like my Oshi Cali Calico. I think I maxed out on hers at like 12. I think I may have done like a 12 or 15 once. I don't know how people are able to get like these really high ones. But yes, let's get in some hellos. Hello to Almantas. Hello to Seribot. Hello to Akshi. Hello to Galaxy Wolfstar. There we go. Kuketsuki Ika. Welcome in, Kuketsuki. Welcome into the Vampire Squid. How were you? How was Pokemon XY? For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I just got started. I'm doing my initial hellos. I've not even gotten through the initial list of hellos while I have been here. I see an Echo fan in here. Of course. Let's go through here. I believe I was on Hold on, I was on Galaxy Wolfstar _. Hello Deathheart VT. Hello Galaxy Wolfstar. Whoops again. Hello Golf Alpha Yankee. Hello Almont OS. Hello Sparkly Anarchy. Hello Madra Mimi. We love Madra around here. Hello Versau. Hello Bubble Puppy VT, and welcome in for your first time chat. You're on 50 on Nagi's channel before, and then she did 4 AM stream out of more. Yeah, she would do that. And hello, of course, to Kuketsuki. And hello to Fadzilla, and hello email 304, and email 304. Thank you for the gift sub to Kuketsuki. Wow, quite a bit of action here. This is quite an active first 20 minutes to stream. Thank you. Thank you all for the as I like to point out, this is a bit of a public access stream. I do things I do things for the public. I don't have any, say, you know, members only streams, although maybe I should. Maybe I should. But I do things for the public. I do them in public, and I am supported by viewers like you. It is only, my only support is from subscriptions. The little tiny bit I get out of advertising. It's not a lot, folks. People, I think, really overestimate how much money there is left in advertising in the 2020s. And out of my calligraphy commissions, right? Those are where I make my money from. Our donations, commissions, and advertising. And that advertising is a distant third, if we're being honest. That is a distant third. And so, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And of course, I'm going to be going on I'm going to be going on vacation, so I expect that those donations are going to drop like a rock. those subscription numbers are going to drop really hard. That said, Kuketsky, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. If you want to stick around here, please feel free to do so as well. Enjoy you now have your tanks and, yeah, the 38 cents. Thank you for that. Exactly. Thank you. But yeah, enjoy your tanks. Enjoy your dance. Enjoy your tanks. Enjoy your dance. And so let me hold on. Just moving some windows around here. Just I don't need that open. Don't need... Actually, no, I do kind of want that one open. But yes. And hello, Tayamichi! Tayamichi, thank you for the 13 months.
Subscribed for 30 months.
13 months. Tayamichi's a cool fella. Tayamichi's a cool fella. I'm assuming I'm going to be seeing you soon, Tai. I assume I'm going to be seeing you soon. Yes. I figured I'd be seeing you soon. I figured I would be seeing you soon. It shall be good. It shall be good. Mine's probably going to be pretty relaxed. Mine is probably going to be pretty relaxed on account of the fact that I was an absolute cheapskate and therefore did not pay for a ticket. Honestly, I mostly didn't pay for a ticket because I didn't get a lot out of the convention itself last time. I'm really just there to hang out with folks. I'm not... hot take, I'm actually not that enthusiastic about the Proto-Man. If I can haunt the con, that will be what I will do. If I can't, I will just... yeah, I'll be around the MagFest area. If I can't... I'm going to be in National Harbor, but, like, honestly, most of the stuff I actually want to do is in Alexandria. So, is there, like, a good bar? There's something who... So, I know the DC area, like, decently well, but if there's a bar in National Harbor that I can just, like, hang out... I might just pull the really good and based, Shadowroo technique and just find a bar and just hang out there with my calligraphy tools and some beers. Yeah, I may as well look that up right now, right? I may as well look that up right now. Let me take a look at that. Hello, and hello, Ring of Birds. Yes, no, there's a lot of cute things in Alexandria. Alexandria legitimately is one of my favorite restaurants on the planet. Hawi is amazing. I love doesn't look like there is, like, in, like, actual National Harbor. Doesn't look like there's good options, super good options inside actual National Harbor. Oh, There's something called the Pose Lounge and Harbor Social, which might be inside, might be too close to the Gaylord. Those might be behind the barrier. Like, I'm looking at a street map. I'm looking at a street map. I am looking at a street map. You know what? I might as well studio mode to make sure I don't actually pull up anything too embarrassing here. I didn't actually do that. Anyway, that's actually fine. I got lucky. I got lucky. Okay, let's resize this a little bit. Yeah, I pulled something embarrassing. My own schedule. I pulled up my own goddamn schedule. You grew up visiting Alexandria every year. I have been to... I usually am on the other side of DC, but I've been to Alexandria a lot. Actually, hold on. Let's see about this. I've been to Alexandria. I like Alexandria. I like Alexandria. I like it better than National Harbor. Okay, so it looks like this stuff is inside the Gaylord, so that's not a serious option. That's not a serious option. That's not a serious option. What is this thing? Live music with dueling pianos. That's terrible. These ones might be the place to go. These ones might be the place to go. Brass Tap and Irish Whisper. Those might be... it might be fine for me to just hang out there for just like a couple of hours a day. That might be what I'll do. I'll have to like I'll have to scout those out. Let's take a look around here. Well, outdoor seating is not very impressive to me right now. Not very impressive in early January. That lighting's shit. So that's kind of a bad sign. Like an actual German beer hall is the ideal. An actual German beer hall is the ideal. This one might not be bad. And the other one was Irish Whisper. These are like literally like a 2-minute walk, right? These are literally a 2-minute walk from the hotel. Like this is like nothing. This is like right there. 393 photos. I don't really care about bar seating. I want like a big bench. That's what I want. I want to see big bench. I want big bench. I want a big bench. That's what I'm looking for here, folks. All right. Yeah, I think Nagi might have bought somebody's tickets. Somebody who canceled. I think that might have happened. This might be actually the one to go for. This might be the place to go. I just want to look around the one in National Harbor. Oh, and the Mall of America is the other one? Ridiculous. That's so funny. There might not be anything I can actually even order here. Something that's pretty funny here. Blue Moon. Okay, they got at least one beer I can have. They got at least one beer that I like, I should say. This might be the thing I do. I will probably talk with a couple of other people, about this. I mean, the obvious people would be Mix and Nagi, right? That would be the obvious people. Mix, Nagi, Niano, yeah, that's a good point, Versa. You memed Hal into making a... Did Hal paint that? Did Hal paint that? I love Hal. Also, hello, Mini Dow, and hello, Just Some Goblins. Yeah, Goblins, it's been so long. It's been so long. Goblins is cool. I like Goblins. Goblins is cool. That's a really good mini. That's a really good mini. That is a really good mini. Have you heard of the manga Ad Astra, Scipio, and Hannibal? I have not. I have not, Toxic Red Flag. I have not. I can tell what it's about from the name. I can tell what it's about from the name. But I don't know it. I don't know it. Let me write these things down. I'm gonna write these things down in my DMs to Mix or somebody else. Studio paint job. Okay. That does look very studio-ish, but it's also very hard to tell from the size of it. Hold on, I'm just writing this down. Candidate places to pull a Shadowroo. Cadillac Ranch. Brass Tap. Irish Whisper. Okay. Okay. So we'll have to scout those out. Yeah, the studio, man, I feel so bad as a painter by comparison to some of these people, right? Some of these folks are such good painters. Some of these folks are such good painters. I mean, like, Hal is such a good painter as well, but I shouldn't, like, I should make sure that, like, he gets his due there. But man, the studio painters. Pints, maybe. Probably not tonight. I am pretty much planning to be sober until I get to MAG. It's one of those kind of funny things. I am obviously not opposed to drinking. I've gotten quite drunk on stream. But I am going to get, I have gotten quite drunk on stream, but I don't generally feel a lot of compulsion to do so. I am really not subject to the, like, I need to get so drunk on, like, a regular basis. I very rarely feel in particular, I almost never feel like, I had a bad day, and therefore I need to drink. Like, that almost never happens to me. That almost never happens to me. I feel, I don't know. That just, like, almost never happens to me. Which is good, right? Which is good. I know it's unrelatable of me, but it's good for me, personally speaking. It's good for me, personally. MagFest is, like, this weekend. MagFest is, like, this weekend. It's okay if you can't verse. It's okay if you can't. You will be missed, but you are not actually obligated to be there, right? You are not actually obligated to be there. And as it currently stands, you know, Snakeswell is, Snakington is not feeling well. So, you know, we've got a sick, pathetic snake on our hands. So that's one thing that's kind of a bit of a defining feature of it. But yeah, I will do calligraphy if you see me around, and you want a calligraphy from me. I will absolutely do that for you. That is one of my favorite little traditions to do at cons. One of my favorite little traditions to do. So yeah. When I'm you know, there we go. Wasn't tracking that it was so soon. Oh, the tickets are gone. The tickets are yeah, the tickets were gone in under a week. The tickets were gone instantaneously. Those tickets lasted like minutes. Those tickets were gone so fast. I didn't even have any concept of whether or not I would be like in the country by the time the tickets were all sold out. So like, yeah, no, you missed them super bad, goblins. If you were actually wanting tickets. Yeah, it was instantaneous. Which I'm curious as to how that's going to play out. Yeah, I'm really unsure what that's going to look like for MagFest as an event. From like May onwards and missed that? Jeezy Pete's. Yeah. Might have some pretty dead days. Yeah. So like they're going to they talked a lot about making it like a much more cop event, right? Like they're going to be like checking a lot more things than they have previously. They were very lax about checking for tickets last time, and this time they're going to be real sticklers about it. Supposedly, that's the stated plan, right? Is to be real sticklers about it. And hello, Spork. All the big events are at least one transatlantic flight away from you. Are you in? I'm guessing that means you're European. And to be honest, I am more excited about stuff like Off-Kai than I am about things like Mag. So, you know, I don't know. Mag is... this is part of the reason why I don't feel that bad about not getting a ticket, is that, like, I know that I'm not, like, a serious attendee. Like, those... It feels more just that those tickets go to people who really want to be there in a way that is much more profound than I want to be there. And so I'm not really that bothered. Yeah, serious business people. Well, not so much. I mean, it's a party, right? It's not like it's that serious of business even at the best of times. But like people who are actually going to get a lot out of it, as opposed to like some poor schmuck like missing out on the Proto Men concert because me, a guy who literally would have the tickets and still not bother to go watch the Proto Men concert, like is squatting on a ticket because I wanted to see my friends. Like that feels rude to me, right? I'm not crazy for feeling like that's rude. That's not crazy for me. That's not crazy. More water for the wet boy. But I think that these are kind of and where's Brass Tap? Based on last year, people I do not think are willing to walk more than like three blocks, 3 or 4 blocks. So Brass Tap's actually an option. Yeah, Brass Tap's an option. I did write that one down. Do enjoy excuses to get out. See, I hate excuses to get out. I'm going because this is serious. I'm going because this is... Yeah, I'm going, again, because people are going there. Because the people are going there. Called the Elks Room. Well, so my idea, right, just some goblins, is less to go to... This is less about going to a place that's actually any good, and more about going to a place that people who are at the con feel comfortable stepping out to go to. That's the actual thing. That is the actual thing. Could join for Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. Jeezy Pete's. I would not press yourself too hard, Verse. I would not press yourself too hard, especially not for Thursday. Like Thursday, I mean, maybe for Saturday, but Thursday and Sunday, people are just gonna be like filtering in, right? Thursday and Sunday, people are just going to be filtering in. It's not usually that. I mean, you know this. I don't need to tell you, right? It's not usually that impressive. Like you know that. Hangout space easy. I mean, that's ideal. That's ideal, right? That is ideal from my perspective, right? Is like I want places that are like highly relaxed. That's like the ideal, is like a place that's relaxed and that you can get drinks for hours without actually pissing off the owners. Right? Like that's fundamentally the big sell to me, is like we can get drinks without making the owners too mad. But it also needs to be within like an easy walking distance of the con. That is the biggest thing, is like it needs to be a place where I will not piss off the owners if I hang out for a while. And it needs to be like a very easy walk to the Gaylord. Those are the two requirements. Like, I am willing to take compromises on quality to get those other things, right? For convenience sake. Oh, they're gonna, yeah. Lol got my auto-modded for the Gaylord. Yeah. And I mean, like, it has to be, like, within National Harbor, right? Like, even if it's, like, a little bit outside National Harbor, that's, like, a total deal breaker. That's just an absolute deal breaker. But yeah, so my plan for today was to do a little bit of calligraphy. There was a specific piece I had in mind for doing. There was a specific piece I had in mind, and then some less specific ideas I had. I had a very specific idea, and then, like I said, some less specific ideas. And do we want to do dailies before then? That's the real question, I suppose. I don't know how much I care about doing dailies right now. I call them dailies and then I don't do them every day. Like a schmuck. Okay, hold on. Let's pull this. Well, hold on. Let's adjust my I'm just gonna set up the camera a little bit. Well, the best place that we had for this was there's a bar at Offkai that was amazing. There's a bar in Offkai that was just absolutely amazing for these purposes. I'm just gonna do a little bit camera adjusting over here. Oh, jeezy Pete, sorry. Charging cables got tangled. I was like, why is my arm not moving? Why is my arm not moving? Let's take a look at the droid cam. Okay, terrible location for the camera. And clean up my desk a little bit and move that away. And let's get Lightbox Coon out here. Lightbox Coon. Flashbanged myself without flashbanging anybody else. And there we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. So I want to work with Big Pen today. I want to work with Big Pen today. We're working Big Pen today. We are working Big Pen today. So the specific piece I had in mind was for L:Q. Because L:Q, in addition to being one of my favorites in the world, L:Q, in addition to being one of my favorite streamers, there's a very easy idea, right? There's a very, very easy idea for what I would do for him. Let's do some basic warm-up strokes here. Oh, am I already out of black ink? That's good to know early on. This thing burns through ink super fast. No, I'm not. I'm not. I just didn't catch. Just didn't catch. Fishfuls of margaritas. Jeez. Jeez. I'm hoping to do, like, a beer every 2 or 3 hours. And hello, Iretsi. No, this pen is not. This pen is not. This cost me like $15. These are Pilot Parallels. They are my preferred calligraphy pen. They qualify as, I guess, more expensive than a standard speedball set, which is what most calligraphers use. But they are very convenient. And I haven't gotten a speedball that is 6mm wide. I don't know. I have not been able to find out where you can order a dip calligraphy nib that is 6mm wide. That is very, very wide. All right, and no, this was $15. Price might have gone up. Price probably went up for me. I know Pilot is increasing their pricing this year. Fishbowls of Jack Daniels and Red Bull. That's so gross. Ilrezzi, that is very un-Italian of you. You guys are supposed to be having your white wine and 7-Up. That's my understanding of what Italian culture is about. Got the job done. See, I don't like saying that about alcohol, right? I don't like saying that about alcohol. That feels very depressing to me. That feels very, very depressing to me. You know, I like to. I mostly enjoy my drinks. I by default enjoy my drinks. So I'm just looking around for there's a specific thing I'm looking for here. I'm not finding it. Not finding it. Four Loko in a parking lot. Bad news about Four Loko in a parking lot. Bad news about that. Oh. That hurts. That hurts. I have so little caffeine in my life. Mini Dow, I thought really hard about having a single cup of tea before stream, and ultimately decided that rather than having tea before stream, it would be healthier for me to just complain to a friend of mine. Like, that is, my caffeine intake is so low. The idea of doing 8 Red Bulls in one day, I think it might actually kill me. I think that might actually literally kill me. I think I would go, I think I would be in the morgue. I think that you would have to, I think that would be the end. I think that would actually kill me. Like, in a pretty literal sense. Alright, let's get in some here. Oh! Blobby derp! Blobby derp. Hold on, let me get my, let me get up here. Where is, Blobby derp. What were you up to? Cats Organized Neatly. That's a cute game. Cats Organized Neatly is a cute game. Cats Organized Neatly is a cute game. Hold on, I'm just gonna grab Cats Organized Neatly is quite cute. Oh, it's 98 cents right now. Nice. And hello. Ooh, oh, well, snuggle wuggle nya nya. Hello. Hello. Welcome in. But yes, Blobby Derp, how is Cats Organized Neatly? How is Cats Organized Neatly? How is Cats Organized Neatly? Yeah, it's a great value for 98 cents. It's like a hidden object game, right? That's my understanding of it. It's basically a hidden object game. There we go. Oh, it's a puzzle game where you have to fit all the cats into a puzzle. Nice. Nice. It is funny how puzzle has become this word that means, like, has some very specific different meanings. Like, you're using it in a way that I think is very common, right? Where, like, a puzzle is, you have a bunch of shapes, and then you try to, you have to fit that, they have a specific singular way that they all fit together to form one macro shape. And there's only one solution, and it is entirely untime linked. It's all about finding the way that things visually fit together in a two-dimensional space. That's a fairly common definition. And then, but like, where I always get thrown, right, is like, the type of puzzle game that I really like is the Zachtronics games, right? I really like Zachtronics games. I'm going crazy. I'm not using any guidelines. I'm a maniac here. Yeah, it's a stereo. It's yeah. Puzzle is kind of like short for jigsaw puzzle, right? But then, like, if I say I like puzzle games, because what I mean is I like, you know, Space Chem, right? I mean Space Chem, I mean Opus Magnum, I mean, Exapunks. People often take that to mean games that are, like, a lot more like orthogonal thinking. And it's a very different way of thinking about the world, right? To do the kind of we were never here type puzzles. I mean, I'm used to them only being called Zachtronics games. They could be called coding games, which makes me feel really funny as a guy who doesn't have like any coding experience. Not quite zero coding experience, but like, yeah, you Outer Wilds and Blueprints, yes. Hello, Matthew.
Subscribed voor 13 months.
Thank you, Matthew Riceseeker, for 13 months. Thank you so much. That's so many months. That's so many months. That is a baker's dozen of months. Thank you. That is so kind of 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 you. I still haven't gotten around to playing Blueprints. I've watched a little bit of some of my friends play Blueprints. Elder Echo loves Blueprints. Kari Kari really liked Blueprints. I thought Blueprints looked really intimidating. I thought it looked really scary to me. Like, it looked way above my skill ceiling. We're clear on puzzle. My understanding, hello Sharkray, hello Sharkray. My understanding is that, so, like, Blueprints is very much about figuring out what the puzzle you're trying to solve is. I figure that's like, kind of like the main gameplay loop, is like what puzzle is actually on display here. Have you ever been to Factorio Head? I have Madramimi. I have Madramimi. I have Madramimi. Where I actually get really stuck on Factorio is that I've launched a couple of rockets in Factorio, and I really try to make it so that my science consumption is more or less even. And so the easy way to do that, the really lazy way to do that, is to have one automation factory per second it takes to build science, right? It's really, hello, George. Hello, George. Let's give a quick shout out to George. Let me give a quick shout out to George. George did a lot of my emotes. George did, hold on. Keys, sock. What else did you do? You did sock. You did these three. I'm trying to remember what else you did. Oh, this is easy to do. This is actually easy to check. Yeah, these ones. These ones are all George's. I might have missed one. I might have missed one. But I think those were all the ones you did, George. But yes. Oh no, you also, I missed one. Oh, Snooze! Welcome in, Snooze. Hello, Snooze. Cat Deer Snooze. Cat Deer Snooze, how was Uma Musume? Cat Deer, we were Snoozy, we were talking about a topic of overlap to us. Your luck was insane. Your luck was insane. But welcome in. So me and Snooze's relationship has been built entirely around a single interaction at Off Kai, where she had too much whiskey and was trying to get rid of it in a parking lot, and so I polished off a bottle of whiskey for her. I think we've become friends since then. But it was very funny that there was just like, I think the funniest part, it was good. I think the funniest part was like you and a bunch of people were just like, oh, this stuff is evil, this stuff is vile, and it was like, no, it was a pretty solid whiskey. It was a pretty solid single malt. I liked it quite a bit. I thought it was quite good. It was not bad. Madra Mimi is the thing. It was some sort of like Final Fantasy 14 tie-in whiskey that I think it was literally repackaged Glenlivet. Like legitimately, I think it was repackaged Glenlivet 10 or 12. Like it was good. Like it was like not bad at all. I know it wasn't Glen. But I genuinely think it was a Glenlivet. Like it was. No, I know what it means. Madra Mimi. I am just saying that like. Hold on, let's take a look. What is this? What do they say here? Okay, I don't. Oh, hold on. Firefox is not responding. But Firefox is responding. Okay, this can't be. This would have to be like Glenlivet 10 maybe. Nagahama. I mean, they could just be very similar processes. Yeah, it tasted like Glenlivet 10. It did not taste like Glenfiddich. It didn't taste like it did taste like Royal Broccola. It tasted like a lot of like sweeter scotches. It tasted like a lot of sweeter scotches. It was good. It was like legitimately good. It was legitimately pretty good. I didn't know what the hell you people were talking about. What the hell her friends are talking about. But yes, for the Raiders, before we go into the ad break, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. We are going to be going to the ad break. We're going to be going to the ad break. So, yeah, and they don't taste like space. Not space. They do taste like space. They don't taste like Islays, which is fine by me. I don't like Islays. I am not an Islay fan. I am not an Islay fan. I think Islays are pretty fucking gross. I think Islays are pretty nasty. That makes total sense to me. So I'm going to have to start my raid suggestions. But yes, Cat Dear Snooze, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. If you have done enough Uma Musa maying, if the Umas have Musa'd their last maze, please feel free to raid and run. If you want to stick around, I will not stop you, but I will not force you either. You will be lurking? That's lovely. Like I said, I like Cat Deer Snooze. I like Cat Deer. She is lovely. Oh geez, what a shock to the system to go from the 6mm to the 2.4. I was about to say that I feel like I'm doing actually pretty good at this 2.4, but admitting that is the first step on the path to screwing up. I usually have been using the 3.6 for the thank you message. but I have run out of space like 3 times now, so we're going to go a little bit smaller. And let's... Okay, we're getting hit by the ads. We're getting hit by the ads. I will see you all in a few minutes. So enjoy the fan art gallery while I take a stretch break. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I am back. Thank you, folks. Thank you, folks, for your patience. For your patience. Also, did I say hello to you, Vovern? Did I say hello to you, Vovern? I hope I did. I apologize if I didn't. I apologize if I didn't. Oh man, let's get in here. Bad D. Good eye, though. Hello, Xanadu. Hello, Xanadu. It's going okay. It's going okay. It's going okay. I'm just starting my raid thank you message. And let's make sure I get these in order. Fabites, there you go. Apologies. Fabites, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Yes, looks like our first raid was Kuketsuki Ika. Kuketsu. Ketsu. I do like this new S that I've been working on lately. This has been turning out really well. This one's been quite good as far as I am. Genuine positive innovation in my calligraphy in the last couple of months. So to talk a little bit going forward, right? Talk a little bit going forward. Until February 17th or so, I will probably not have a model. Because I'll be like laptop gaming, right? I will be like on a laptop out of a suitcase. I will not have my cameras with me. I don't even know if I can get. I don't even know if all of my software runs properly on Linux. I still need to set up my OBS isn't even properly set up on it. So I'll be doing the cheeky Fugi method for the month. But I will have a more powerful gaming PC. I will have a better gaming PC than I do for most streams. Because I usually do the 2 PC setup, but the capture card has been not cooperating very well. Because I didn't get it. I got a cheap one. Overall, as a method, it's pretty good, but there are times where it doesn't go super great. So I'm wondering, I'm trying to figure out what I should, if I do guerrilla streams, I think that might be, I think if I do some guerrilla streams in the next couple of weeks, I think dispatch might be on the table. I think dispatch might be on the table. I've been wanting to play dispatch for a while, and it's just hard to, like, I don't know, and the way my prioritization works, it's like a little bit of a hard one to justify. Let's go over here, I guess. Though I think that people, I kind of know what's happening in dispatch. I'm not blind on dispatch at this point. I just kind of want to do it on my own and just see, just like mess around and see what happens. There's some things in dispatch I'm curious about. I am genuinely curious if the game will respond to certain things. The game might literally not be set up to handle certain ideas I've got, which will be very funny. Blob E. Okay, lowercase d. Lowercase d. I gotta redeem myself for that bad D in rating. I think I did. I think I did. And then I proceeded to follow it up with a pretty mediocre E. There's Blobby Derp. Well, the thing is, I mean, sounds good to me. Sounds good to me. I love dating. I like dating sims. I like dating sims. I think dating sims are based. I think dating sims are quite cool. I'd love romance as in general. In general, I actually really like romance as a theme and as a genre. Like, I definitely find romance is like more compelling as a type of genre than I think most people do. Certainly I think more so than most cis men are willing to admit. Yeah, I suspect I would enjoy it. I've watched a little bit of it. I found it very fun. Is Twilight for dudes? That's very funny. That's very, very funny. That is very, very funny. That is very, very funny. Tell Akshu they're funny. Tell Akshu they're funny. Actually, I think that was funny. And yeah, it's cat deer snooze. No E in snooze. There we go. There we go. Caught up on the raids, so I can put this away until we get some more raids, which, you know, we're only an hour in, so statistically pretty likely. All right, and back to using the big boy. Back to using the big boy. Our big boy. So I wonder if... I think Tayamichi knows what my plan is here. I don't know how many other people have figured out what the plan is for the piece I actually have planned out. And then I've got some pieces that I've got less clear in my mind. That's not big enough. Oh no, that actually looks pretty good. Doing a quick minim test, it's actually pretty good. I wonder if I've been extending my Gothic too far upwards. By the way, it's very cute to me, Sparkly Anarchy, that I've got there's like a married couple who enjoys watching my streams together. That's very cute. I like it a lot. It makes me happy. There might be more, right? There might be more couples like that out there, but you're the only one that I know off the top of my head. Yeah, that good on them on knowing your taste. And I'm grateful that the two of you are both enjoying my streams. It's very nice. It's very nice for me. It's very nice for me. I think it's very cute. Which is an interaction I think I would struggle to have in other media, where it's less, where there's less, there's a less permeable author-audience membrane, to use really fancy terminology there. Oh, hold on a second. Looks like something got eaten in there. Really is accurate. Yeah, I think that's fine. It's kind of, well, here's part of what makes that feel a little bit inaccurate to me. Is that the way that Twilight's kind of this weird thing where there's a love triangle, but it's not a good one. Like, it's not a functional love triangle. Like, Jacob is not a contender. Jacob is simply not a contender. Well, I think it fulfills similar social roles, right? I think it fulfills similar social roles, but like as an actual piece of art, in terms of like what's happening formally, I think it's too different. I think it's too different. Hold on a second here. I think I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's a bad comparison. I support the comparison, to be completely blunt. I support the comparison overall. Overall support for the comparison. Oh, okay, I see what's happening here. Overall support for the comparison. Okay, there we go. But the love triangle with Vizzy and Blonde Blazer feels a lot more serious. Right? It feels much more close fought. Whereas with Jacob and Edward, it's nothing, right? It's nothing. There's nothing there. I can understand somebody going and saying, though, that, like, the way it's written... Yeah, it's like 80-20 Vizzy. It's like 80-20 Vizzy, which is really shocking to me, because, like, it definitely speaks to, like, my gap between, me and like a lot of the people that I'm surrounded by, me that like Vizzy, like no. Like no. Like even by my standards of like being pretty comfortable with like messy toxic love in my fiction, even by my standards, I'm just like, Vizzy's like a kid. I don't even think she's like a disaster. I think she's a child. like I don't think that Vizzy and Robert is like a relationship that's like remotely between equals. Like Vizzy needs like extensive remedial education. Like she's like this is not a relationship between like two messy adults. This is a relation, or like a messy adult and a less messy adult. It's a relationship between a messy adult and like a 14-year-old. Like, ugh. I mean, she is. She is. She is. I mean, she is. I mean, I think the reason why people like her is because she's mean, right? Like, and a huge percentage of the superhero fandom, like, there's a lot of reasons why people are into superhero fandom. I think if Mix were here, he would get really mad at me for this, or he would agree with me, but in a way that makes him angry. I think that's where he would actually land. I think he would agree with me and be angry about it. A huge percentage of why people are into the superhero fandom is because it's they're M subs. They're masculine subs. Like, I think that's a huge percentage of it. And like Vizzy is like that mean flirt, which like it does produce pretty good on-screen chemistry. I'm just also like, again, like I just can't perceive her as an adult. Oh yeah, I don't even know if it's surprising. It's just it's surprising that people manage to bury it, right? It's surprising that people manage to bury it. Yeah, or just, Wonder Woman was what I was thinking of there. Wonder Woman is very much what I was thinking of. Isn't she also like 20? She might be. I think I mean, like, we're supposed to perceive her as like, I think she physically looks like she's in her mid-20s, but maybe my like calibration's all off. Like, because I'm old. But like mentally, she's like a middle schooler mentally. I mean, she seems to be like a goddamn middle school student, right? Like, having none of my college students were that messy. Like, admittedly, if any college student was that messy, they would have failed out. Like, they would have failed out super fast, and I wouldn't have even noticed, right? Those would have been the students who were that messy were the ones who just literally don't show up to class, and so I just didn't think about them at all. And maybe it's just like, maybe I'm thrown off because I started working when I was 14. Maybe that's part of why I'm thrown off, is like I have worked continuously since I was 14, and I like, you know, I looked like I was like, people, I don't know, I don't know, I was like I had like a serious, like, you know, wear a tie to work type job when I was like 16. Like, so maybe my calibration's all off. I mean, the thing that strikes me about Vizzy is that, like, the only way that a person like Vizzy survives is with like a lot of external support, right? Is by a lot more reliance on other people than is really fair, which is kind of her relationship with Robert, right? I don't know, it just skeezes me out. It just kind of skeezes me out. Hold on, I'm gonna give myself a big ol' stretch here. Mm. I can fix her types? Maybe I can see that as well. Like, that is part of, like, what skeezes me out about the plotline of it, is that, like, it's so much of a, like, I can fix her type of thing. So much about, like, Robert being her dad, right? Like, yeah. I think you're always learning. I just kind of expect that, like, I just kind of expect that a person in their 20s is, like, I just kind of expect a person in their 20s to, like, not bum cigarettes from teenagers. That feels pretty basic. You know, I don't know. I don't. It's gross to me. Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, to be honest, like, I didn't think of myself as an artist until I started VTubing. I've become, like, way more of an arts person in just the last couple of years. I mean, it's not like I don't know. It's just like she needs, like, a couple of years to like bake. Like, what a way to put it, Snuggle-Luggle. What a way to put it. I don't need to know what kind of person I am to know not to do crime for the lulz and sell drugs to kids. What a strong statement. What a strong statement. Any back of house of any restaurant? God. I only ever worked front of house, so I don't know. I don't know. Alright. 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 I have an obvious choice of what to do for this. This is going to be a gift for a friend. I'm going to allow myself some amount of grace on being kind of sloppy here. I'm going to not beat myself up too bad on making mistakes on this one, even though it is a gift for a friend, for reasons I think will appear to be quite obvious. Hold on a second. I feel like I'm falling behind a little bit. Erasing their individuality. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Huh. Well, Sparkly Anarchy, a lot of that comes down to the question of, like, how poor your town is. If you're in a town where non-profits are beating out, like, almost any of the for-profit industries, you're in a pretty poor town, right? So, like, I've been in towns like that, mostly in the Midwest. Most of my time on the East Coast has actually been in relatively larger cities. Not entirely, but relatively larger cities. Maybe that's part of the reason why I tend to like the East Coast a lot more than anywhere else I've lived, is the East Coast has just been more prosperous. I've lived in more prosperous parts of the East Coast. Yeah, it can be anywhere in the US, yeah. Those are not geographically locked. Good L. Good L. Soon you'll have acquired Gubs again. Hell yeah. Really poor sub 1,000 population has for not too dissimilar from me, Sparkly Anarchy. That's actually pretty similar. I have been pretty similar. I actually really like the way New Yorkers treat each other, to be honest. I have been really impressed with the kindness of the people here. Oh, Emily, the hats are here. Hello, thank you for the bricks. Exalted Emily. How was Bolt Gun? For the Raiders. My name is Almantas VT. I am an old man who loves old things. I don't know why I'm singing right now, because I am a really bad singer. Gwen, thank you for the 1 month. Thank you for the 1 month.
Just subscribe voor 9 munts.
You're a waiter too. It's true, you are, Emily. Madre Mimi, you are. Were you the one who suggested this one, Mimi? But yes, I'm glad you enjoyed Bolt Gun. I mean, boomer shooters are good. Boomer shooters are good. Like, it's actually kind of crazy to me that being in VTubing has meant that I now more often hear boomer as in like boomer shooter than like anything else. And good lord, like boomer shooters are good. Boomer shooters are really good. And hello Gamma. And hello Ginga, and hello Aloha Gator and Elden Bean _ thank you all for rating. It's a good way to hear boomer. Like, I mean, here's the thing, folks. If you have not played original Doom, like, you are genuinely missing out. Like you are like it is crazy how good it is. It is crazy. You could justifiably, you could have a good experience as a gamer if the only game you ever played was Doom and fan mods for Doom. You would genuinely have a really good time. Like, you would genuinely have just a really good time. Like, and you would never run out, right? Yeah, no, U1M1 is, like, extraordinarily good. U1M1 is extraordinarily good. Hold on, Exalted Emily got here in time. I still haven't played in my house, because I'm a poser. It was a standalone game would probably be in your top 10. Yeah, that's what I keep on hearing. That's what I keep on hearing. I'm just a lazy poser. I wonder when we're going to get the backlash where people are just like, oh, boomer shooter just means like any shooter that doesn't suck. Yeah, Shark Ray, that's true. That is how it kind of works. The only game I haven't replayed in a while is Hexen. I actually have way more nostalgia for Hexen than I do for original Doom. I played original Hexen like years before I played original Doom. And I know that Hexen's like kind of the worst one of that series, but I'm very nostalgic for it. I'm very nostalgic for it. Oh my god. Well, and see, I'm on the Professor Bloom train. I am on the Professor Bloom train with, about remakes, which is like, don't remake games. Stop remaking games. Stop remaking games. I think it's worth remaking games that were I think it's good to I do want to see people remake games that were hated at the time. There you are, Emily. I do want to see some remakes of, like, I want Daikatana to get remade. I think a Daikatana remake would be a good idea, right? I've never heard of Grotto. Play as suicides representing different signs to people. That actually rocks. That actually rocks. I've never heard of Grotto before, though that's really good. Grotto, disambiguation. That's an album. That's not a video game. Hell yeah. I know this is a suggestion that sounds, you sold me on it very strongly, Xanadu. And see, I'm an asshole. I want them more janky. Make them more of a mess. You know me, I'm an OG Stalker fan. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the reason why Daikatana is a good idea for a remake. That's why I think Daikatana needs a remake. Is it Daikatana? I'm actually no. I'm fully on. I fully convinced myself. I fully talked myself into it. Daikatana is like. Daikatana is the game to remake. It was incredibly hyped. It is the game that is like the definition of disappointment. Like, it was hyped to hell and back, and then sucked, and was actually unplayable. Actually, literally unplayable. Oh, Bloodlines 1. Oh, Bloodlines. Bloodlines. What a goofy goober of a game. What a goofy goober of a game. Can't be worse than 2. Stop making things in Skyrim, folks. Make it in the Doom engine. Make a Source engine port of Bloodlines 1. Come on, stop doing things inside Skyrim. Make Bloodlines 1 inside... Port Bloodlines 1 to Minecraft. Port Bloodlines 1 to Roblox. Gwaine, I have played so much World of Darkness, and I have so many negative things to say about it. I am so negative about... Yeah, build engine, why not? Why not? You love World of Darkness. I still think Minecrafting. I still think Minecraft is so funny. Yeah, it'll be a remake. It'll be a real remake. Yeah, remake should have to be in the original engine. There we go. There we go. New rule. Remakes need to be in the original engine. You're allowed to remake games, but you can't use new engines. I think it's just a very funny idea. It's a very funny bad idea. I think it's just a very funny bad idea. Konami shaking their boots. There was GURPS. There was GURPS, Quayne. There was GURPS. Can't forget about GURPS. Oh, Palladium's so bad. Palladium's so bad. Having Bloodlines remade by Sam Lake and Kojima. I mean, things like, oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm actually also still. This is like one of the places where I do actually have a like people pointing swords at me kind of take. I think people are undercritical of Bloodlines 1. I don't mean like I think it's like flat out bad, but I think Bloodlines 1 does have some genuine writing flaws. And is like limited in some certain ways. I don't know that I want to see that. I care about seeing the Kojima Bloodlines. And here's, I do not mean this in a nice way. It's a Tarantino. Bloodlines is a Tarantino thing. Oh, bad idea. This kind of funny way. Okay, yeah, that works. That works for me. That works for me. That works for me. That works for me. It is such a of its time thing. I think that's extremely true. I am extremely down with that. As a take. I'm trying to figure out how to do the shape. I'm imagining here. I don't think that worked. Okay, let's start moving down to the next line. Yeah, it did a lot of things. It's a mess. The writing's ham-handed. I'm gonna hot take here. It's really misogynistic. Like, it's a real like the race stuff is like really obnoxious, and it's like so obnoxious that it doesn't almost feel like it doesn't need to be commented on. But like, oh, it's also a really misogynistic game. People have let some of the the racism against the anti-Asian racism is so strong that people kind of miss that there's also a shitload of anti-black racism in there. Like, yeah, it's... I honestly think a fairly large percentage of why it has such a strong cultural memory is that it has good nightclubs. Is that there are people who made nightclub scenes in the game who clearly did actually go to nightclubs and like hook up with random people at them. Like, something that I can only say with confidence is true of like Slave of God and Cyberpunk 2077. Like, there's like so few games where I can say that that's clearly like that this was like a video game made by people who can like hang at the club. I should note, I am not a person who can hang at the club. Like, I don't think that should really surprise people. But I am not a clubber, which is why I don't make video games. But like, I don't think I've ever seen a human dance. I think actually it might be worse, Gwaine. They might have seen humans dance when they were sober and the dancers weren't. That's kind of an actual vibe it was. It was like, these are people making fun of people, like how people dance when they are drunk and stoned. Yeah, the big one for me, Exalted Emily, was seeing the Starfield. The Starfield nightclubs. The Starfield nightclubs are grim. It's not even necessarily about if they fuck. It's just that they can, like, hang at the club. That's just the game in general. I mean, it's just emblematic, though. It's, like, emblematic. Oh, yeah, Mass Effect's club was, like, pretty lame. Yeah. You know which game had a really lame nightclub, but was also still a good game, though? Deus Ex. Although, actually, I think the Chinese nightclub was fine. The Chinese nightclub in Deus Ex was fine. The French nightclub in Deus Ex sucks. Oh my god, the French nightclub in Deus Ex is so bad. Maybe that was just hatred against the French. Or, much more likely, that was them running out of resources by the time they got to France, which is what happened. You know. They're just completely out of steam when they were in France. Hello, Arcane. Hello, the other hat. We are about to go into ads. You did come here right as we're going into ads. Oh, we are about to go into ads, but thank you, Arcane Memory. Thank you, Arcane Memory, the other hat lady. Yeah, the what did you say in Deus Ex? Yeah, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Okay, we are going to ads. I'm going to play the ad break and get up and stretch and use the bathroom. So everybody should also do the same. Yes, Professor Almond of the world. The professor of the world. But yes, I'll see you all soon. Oh, right, I'm back, and I still have an almond. Sorry, let's... Oh, geez, that was only the second ad break. I do need to start banging out these L's. Oh, I'm just gonna act like that was on purpose. The Almantas. Yes. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew. And hello, Blue. Hello, Blue. Let's see, chat moving, but I'm not checking it. And hello, Nanomancer. Hello, Nanomancer. You thought it was a shoe build? That's very funny, Rexy Raibu. But also, welcome in, Rexy Raibu, and welcome in, Amdis. Welcome in. Yes. No, I do like shoe builds a lot. I do like shoe builds a lot. If I wasn't already, like, if I wasn't, like, really dedicated to not doing, any sound alerts, it would be really tempting to do a sound alert that just plays the shoe bill sound. But I am pretty devoted to no sound alerts. No sound alert redeems. Yeah, the clattering of the beak. Exactly, Versa. The clicking. Yeah, no, I was, yeah, the tone is something else, yeah. Birds are weird. Birds are weird. Birds are weird. Birds are weird. Oh, I was discussing, I was making plans, I was talking about my MagFest plans. I think I have found, I think that my plan, my strategy, is going to be to set up camp in a bar and just vibe there. And I think I've isolated it down to a couple of bars. I think I've isolated it down. I think the brass tap. I'm gonna hang out in yeah, I'm gonna go over to Portugal. I'm gonna go over to Portugal. That's my plan. That's my plan. I'm gonna take a flight from DC to Portugal every day. What's the chicken? Like kind of Mimi? Oh, you're talking about Nando. I don't know that Mimi's gonna be there, or Nando. Nando Mancer? What do you generally think the probability of me hanging out at a chicken restaurant is? It's pretty low. It's pretty low. Also, do we even... I thought Nando's was a British thing. I didn't think we had Nando's in the US. Like the restaurant. We obviously don't have Nando the guy in the US because he's in Portugal. Niano, I was literally looking at just a map of bars and sorting them by proximity to the Gaylord. Also, a chicken restaurant's extraordinarily uninteresting to me. Why would I go to a chicken restaurant in the DC area? What kind of lunatic is going to DC and passing up Ethiopian to have friggin' chicken? The brass tap is probably where I'm gonna go. The brass tap is the most likely one. I will obviously not have the mead, but I will probably be at the brass tap. That's the most likely one. How's the ambiance there? You just said you were at the brass tap. And yes, you do. You extremely do. Cats belong in bars. You're both a wizard and a cat, two different things that belong in bars. Oh, how warm is it going to be? How warm is it going to be? I have not been paying attention. Because I know that it, like around me, it's supposed to get warmer and like, oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. I like the cold, but I know enough other people who don't that I know that they would refuse to leave the Gaylord if it was like 30 degrees outside. I liked how frozen it was, but that's like good for me personally. Right. Oh. Why are you mad at me? Why are you mad at me, Vex? Hold on, I forgot to get the shoutouts. Nyanomancer? Nyanomancer, my good friend Nyanomancer, doing Dokapon without me. Showing his lack of faith in our friendship by not allowing me to Dokapon with him. Vexing. Arcane Memory, the sweet surprise. Of course, Digimon. She likes Digimon. And, of course, Vexing Cats. Yes, of course, Vexing Cats. Yes, you warm fuckers. If it helps, it's like 20 degrees right now. Negative 40s. Yeah, that's quite a bit nastier. Negative 40s. It's the temp that's the same for both scales. Yeah, I know you don't like being an asshole in games, which is why it's very funny that you've been hosting Dokapon Kingdom. So cold you can vaporize hot beverages. That's so cool. That is so cool. That is so cool. Taking a big stretch here and messing around with some music choices on the back end. Wow, they're giving me terrible recommendations here. Holy moly. Alright, fine. Fury. So I've been in negative 40 quite a bit. Negative 20, negative 30, negative 40. Negative 40 not super often, but a handful of times. Negative 20 and negative 30 a lot. I always thought it was really funny to watch the icicles forming off of my beard. I always thought that was really, really funny. Like the big icicles, like just like coming right off of my face. Was, I thought, always very funny. I love the cold. I love being cold. I am a cold weathers man. I was just going to a time lapse of it thawing. Hello, Kiri. Hello, Kiri. Hold on. Let's give a shout out to Kiri. Let's give a shout out to Kiri. Kiri, I think I know what you were doing most recently. Was it Rivals? It was Rivals. It was Rivals. It was Rivals. How has the Rivals been going? How has the Rivals been going? I was playing it a little bit earlier this year, but I don't think I think my peak still remains Silver 3 during Season 0. I think I've still never have managed to climb out of Bronze since Season 0. Admittedly, I haven't played Comp as much. Kiri is a very sweet and silly friend. Yeah, community chill games, good. A good time for you. A good time. This is Gothic. This is all Gothic. Hello, Ion. Hello, Ion. Welcome in. Trying not to get distracted. So this is all Gothic. What is going on is that I am going to be at MAG, and one of the people I will be seeing there is L:Q, right? It's Clonk. Let's shout out Clonk. Shout out L:Q, who's one of my favorite streamers. And I don't know if you can tell from that icon, that is not a grid. That is a bunch of L's. That is a giant pile of L's. Oh no, he was there. Yeah, no, I spent. He was, I think, the person I spent the most time with at last MagFest. I didn't get to spend as much time with him at Offkai because there was a lot of demands on his time. But he was like the #1 person I hung out with at MagFest last year. Have a good lurk, Kiri. I think Clonk might be doing a panel at Mag. I think. I'm not sure. He might be doing a panel at Mag. But, yeah. I like Clonk a lot. He's given me a lot of really good advice. Yeah, that's how people tend to pronounce his name. Hold on, let me type it out. So it's spelled L:Q. And then people abbreviate it down to just Clonk. And his wife rules. Like that's honestly like a highlight of VTubing as a community, is like his wife is actually a delight. Maud is really, really cool. Highly recommend trying to hang out with Maud if you ever get the chance. She is an absolute joy. I'm just going crazy with these L's. I'm just doing nonsense with these L's. A lot of these I am not a huge fan of. Yeah. But yeah, I actually think Clonk is legitimately one of the most impressive VTubers out there. I don't know how much I should be upselling a man who's asleep. Oh, excellent, Versa. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Clonk is... I am mostly impressed. I am not as much of a man of computers as he is. I am mostly impressed with him as a streamer, where I think he's like legitimately like the best of us. Like I think he's just like legitimately an insanely talented streamer. I think he's like the most talented streamer I can think of. I'm so stunned with watching his streams. Yeah, folks, if you're a person of things, Versa doesn't. I don't think you stream Verse, but if you get the chance to talk to Versa sometime, Versa's a man who just like knows things about things. It's a very impressively mechanically minded man. I absolutely cannot keep pace. What the hell is this letter form? Eating with friends. Hello, Akshi. Hello, Akshi. I mean, I didn't think I could. I didn't think I could, and I really love it. But it's I mean, it's a performing art, right? It's a performing art. You know, if you don't want to do a performing art, I'm not going to recommend that people force themselves to do so. Right? Hello, Urus Kleiner Connect. Hello. Good to have you here. I mean, it depends a lot on what you want to do, right? Like, I know at least one streamer, Blasphazar, who, like, he doesn't really care about having an audience. He just likes having a structure for forcing him to play games. That's really kind of all he's doing with streaming. Oh, my L's are getting weird here. I am losing the plot in row 5. We are losing the plot down here. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. Hello, Gringotts. Welcome in. Hold on a second here. Moving my camera and recalibrating it a little bit. There we go. You think you need that kind of structure? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, like, different people have different needs and interests here. And, you know, there's all sorts of guys out there who I think don't think of themselves as entertaining and have managed to make careers out of this. Not necessarily as streamers, right? The one who I'm thinking about right now is Steve MRE. Right? Steve MRE is has a pretty, like, deadpan, straightforward delivery, but he's just so enthusiastic about eating terrible MREs. Like, that really carries him. But again, like, he's doing much more structured videos than what I'm doing, right? Like, streaming suits me because I'm, like, a kind of messy, chaotic guy who has terrible ADHD. Like, this all works really well for me. Most taste fine to good. It might be specifically Nanomancer that when I watch Steve MRE, I very specifically am always looking for the oldest MREs. I think I pretty much have never watched any Steve MRE video that's like a 1970, it's like later than like 1974. I think Vietnam War is the most recent ones I've ever used. I've ever seen on his. I think a lot about that 1913 one. That's like the canonical one to me. 1906, yes, 1906, the 1906 one. That's not even the oldest one. That's not even the oldest one, but that one was much more interesting. Yeah, he ate it. He ate it. It was pretty bad. Yeah. What, the 1906, didn't he? I remember him complaining about it tasting bad. Oh. Did he eat the Civil War one? The Civil War cracker was less interesting. It was impressive that it existed, but it was that one's less crazy. Yeah, it was a hardtack. He had some hardtack, some Civil War hardtack. But I could have sworn he ate one of the World War I rations. The Amos last thing you had those considered awful. I've had a couple of MREs and I thought most of them were fine, but it's been a very long time. And I was not in the military, right? I just used them like occasionally. Hello, Huggatry. Hello, Huggatry. Barbecue tofu is a good flavor combination. That makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. That makes perfect sense to me. Barbecue chicken less alert. Just barbecue alert. No chicken, just barbecue alert. Just barbecue alert. Just a slab of tofu in a barbecue packet? Exactly! Exactly. Exactly. That's how we roll around here. The future is barbecue sauce packets. Yeah, that makes sense to me. It is very funny to me the number of vegetarian dishes, like frozen vegetarian things I have, that say like, oh, you have to heat them up until they have like an internal temperature of like 200 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm like, what are you talking about? This does not matter. This does not matter at all. This is extremely irrelevant. And we're back, and we're back. Yeah, it's something that's exothermic on exposure to water. Yep. And I mean, like, it's obvious why you would do that. Like fires are actually a serious military vulnerability. Yeah, autoclaving your food, Neanoman. So that's the Neanomancer way. I am wilding on these L's. I'm going all over the place. So many safety regs make sure you autoclave people. Of course, yeah. Open it from the inside even was locked from the outside. Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me. That's extremely reasonable. That's extremely reasonable. Oh yeah, I mean, one of those things that people probably are aware of is that like all like walk-in freezers like cannot actually be locked from the outside. Yeah, so I mean, there is a way you can lock people in a freezer, which is you can put things in front of the exit. Bigger than most houses? Wow. Jeez. 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 Mm. It's real asshole move, yeah. Industrial medical parts. Okay, yeah, a 2,000 liter tank. That's, yeah. Whew. That's pretty impressive that you... I imagine that a 2,000 liter tank is extremely gross. Is what I'm imagining. So I imagine that being very, very gross. 2,000 liter medical tank. Just unspeakably foul. Spoiler alert, he was fired for not keeping Miano in there. Oh, it wasn't medical waste? Okay. Alright, still. She auto my clav till I E. Stretching the neck a little bit here. XX Stargazer XX, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Just generic sludge, not generic human sludge. I understand the importance. I understand the difference. I do get it. I do get it. I do get it. Hold on a second. I'm my Mounting clips are getting in the way of my handwriting. Probably have to reposition them sooner rather than later. Oh, really lost the plot on this one. Oh boy. Oh boy, this one's gonna be difficult to redeem. You can see it. You can see it. You can see where I messed up. Where I took a real swing. Hopefully Clonk won't hate me for making such a bad letter. Insulting the letter L. All right, Zandu, have a good night. Have a good night. Medically distilled why we had used and therefore I had no. Oh my goodness. Are you gonna bake it, Mag? Probably. Probably. For the first night, I'm not allowed to get into the hotel room until 4 p.m. So I'm probably just going to, like, make some noodles. Probably just gonna make some noodles. Definitely cleaner than the main river. Yeah, it's true. God. I should bring red onions. For onion bread this time, because the red onions make a way cooler looking bread than white onions. It's fine, Yano, it's fine. Baked at 450 degrees, it's fine. It is not. It is good. It is in fact good. Onion boy. It's so true. Although I'm really garlic boy. Hold on a second. I'm gonna share something with the class. Hold on a second. I'm gonna share something with the class. I just need to find it. There we go. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. This rules so much. I love this. I love this image. 8 ounces of garlic and 1 pound of kale, baby. This artifact menaces with spikes of garlic. It's so good. Useful for warding off vampires? Are you okay? Add a little lemon juice. I think that they are just making a shitpost. Kitchen cells is leaking. Hisses from my coffin. I mean, the thing is, like, garlic's good for reduces your heart tension. Garlic is good for your heart health. So they probably had an unheart attack. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I think it needs salt. I think it needs salt. Well, actually, Nanomancer, one of the most insane things I ever learned from Max Miller is that one of the medieval opinions that I thought was most insane was that garlic is only good with ducks. Like, that's the only good use, that's the only reasonable use for garlic according to the Taste of Curry was stuffed into duck. I will be honest, I have a suspicion. Well, my suspicion is probably more that garlic has probably changed. Garlic has probably changed. Unlike war, garlic has changed. There we go. There's a tagline for you. Unlike war, garlic has changed. Yeah, I know, it's the funniest quote to me in the world. War never changes. Like, what are you talking about? You're a moron. The entire premise of the setting is that war changed radically. The entire premise of the Fallout setting is that war has changed radically twice. Like, in the setting. It's like a basic premise of the entire setting. I actually like this one. Alright, Snuggle Wuggle Nya, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by. I mean, I think what they're trying to say, is that... I think what they're trying to say is that violence is a human constant. However, I prefer to think that what it is that we are learning that the Fallout universe believes that humans are fundamentally stupid. The humans are fundamentally stupid and are incapable of noticing patterns. That's what I think they're saying. Specifically, the narrator is stupid. The universe is being narrated to you by a stupid person. Yeah, exactly. Ooh, Snuggle Nya. Ghouls, baby. It's all about the ghouls. I mean, New Vegas is about a competition, a political contest between a homophobic neoliberal empire and actual literal Hegelians, which means that it is a war between some of the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet. trivially punch bears to death by killing enough crap. Exactly. Yeah, they are wizards. Yeah. Imagine the Fallout faction that decides that the center of power is actually access to ghouls. I don't know what this was. Yes, war changed a lot. There's a weapon called the Super Sledge. So true. I think it's a viable premise for a Fallout faction being like, he who controls the ghouls controls the galaxy. Yeah, but Children of Adam are maniacs. Yeah, they're all crazy cultists. They're not a real political faction. There's Undercity. True. I should admit that you guys are probably going to be able to run circles around me on Fallout lore. I am absolutely not particularly strong on Fallout lore. I have, I think, the canonical worst possible Fallout experience. Which is, I grew up hearing, like, for most of my life, I heard about Fallout 1 and 2 constantly, but I never got around to playing them. Because PC gaming. And then I played, Fallout 3, and I played it so much that by the time Fallout New Vegas came out, I was completely burned out. And then I played Fallout 4. So I've only actually played Fallout 3 and 4. I have, like, the absolute, like, worst possible. I've played, like, over 100 hours of each of those. Hello, Mokava. Oh, and Gringotts proposing just actual, actually getting hit by real Fallout. There's parts of 4 that I do kind of stand by. I still remember, yes, have a good night. We're about to get by ads, but I still remember a take that I really hated from Fallout 4 discourse, which was, like, oh no, like, what's the plan for the Institute? Oh, hold on. I'll explain, I guess, when I get back, assuming I remember. Alright, we'll be back. And I'm back, and I'm back, and I'm back. Thank you for your patience, folks. Thank you for your patience, folks. Thank you for your patience. So, this is my present for L:Q. This is my present for the Clonk. This is my present for Clonkathy. For Clonkington. Okay, there we go. And put it over there. He loves his L's. Okay, let's... Let's take a look at here. Just gonna grab the pen I want. Grab the pen I want. There we go. That's the pen I want. Let's think about this. I'm thinking about the layout I want here. Thinking about the layout I want here. Trying to think about the layout I want here. Oh yeah. My kind of hot take about Fallout 4 that I saw people criticizing the Fallout 4 plotline with what's the Institute's end game? Are they just gonna like make robots sweep floors forever? And like, there's supposed to be a bunch of scientists. There's supposed to be a community of scientists. Since when did a community of scientists have an end game? Like, what are you talking about? Scientists don't do that. Scientists don't have the end game of being a scientist is you do more science and you own your colleagues. Like, that's the end game. There's no other end game. It's just you own your colleagues. That's it. Like, it's just you demonstrate that you're smarter than the people around you. Like, there's nothing else. There's nothing deeper. That's it. There's nothing else. And let's see. So what I want this to say is I want to say Almantas, Calligrapher, and VTuber. Let me think about how big I want that to be. My settings to the 3D printer. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. It's a nearly 3-hour print with a fiddly as fuck material. Oof. Really good S. Who? Oh, okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Yes. All right. Spin Snake deserves to be squishable. Spin Snake deserves to be squishable. Spring Snake, but without the white and purple. Ah. Hello, Usakumo. Hello, hello, welcome in. Hello, how you doing today? I am... Okay, here's a question, folks. Here's a question, folks. Should this say calligrapher and VTuber or calligrapher, VTuber, old man? Or what about calligrapher geezer, calligrapher, VTuber geezer? I think calligrapher VTuber geezer and calligrapher VTuber old man have a better cadence, so I would definitely do one of those two. Old man or geezer. I'm gonna do VTuber anyway, and that's gonna be either old man or geezer. Ooh, you're right. You're right. You're like bees. Okay, Vovern, you've got it. You've got it. You've got it. I do have Kelly Geezer as a as a thing I've done. But yeah, Sparkly and Vovern, you're right. This is the way I like making Vs for Gothic. I've got a couple of other Gothic Vs, but I feel like they're actually weirder looking. Okay. Huh. I just can't read that as a D at all. It just doesn't look like a D at all to me. I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone. What other colors do I have inked up? Hello, blue. Hold on, blue rose. Hello, blue rose. Okay, let's get you out of the way here. And I think I just want to use maximum size. Hold on a second, actually here. What's in this one? Yeah, these ones rock. No, this one's red. I don't want red at all. Okay, we're just doing straight advertising for this next one. It's going straight advertising. I wish I had purple. I wish I had purple inked up right now. Yeah, I don't. My alternate in the big is currently red inked, which is. I guess I could just put in purple and just hope that I can purge it with enough writing. Because this is still red inked. This is still red inked. Which I don't love for this. I want. Oh, no, I'm holding. I care enough. 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 Okay, I care enough. I care enough. Hold on. Stretch. Stretching up. And I want the cross purple. Where is it? Cross purple. That's not purple, huh? There it is. Ugh. Reloading ink, yep. Yep. Yeah, the Noodlers is insane about that. Noodlers is crazy about that. Okay, hold on a second. This is going to be a challenge here. Hello, Itsy Bitsy Bones. There we go. There we go. Lowest, okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. As a person who never flexes, Okay. We've got to do some shaking here. This is going to be messy, I think. Alright, Sharkray, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah. I'm gonna... Okay. We're gonna try to just bleed through all of what's in the feed. Okay. We're getting into like a burgundy now. We're getting into a burgundy. But what I actually want is just purple. It's gonna be whatever it takes to purge that feed. Alright. Oh, this might take forever. I maybe should have just washed it out. Oh yeah, Noodler's Base State Blue is a mess. I'll be honest, I've not been happy with Noodlers, but I think I'm a little bit of a minority here. I understand why you like it, Versa, actually. I actually really understand why you're liking Noodlers. Versa likes power and performance. Whereas I like obedience, right? I like obedience and reliability. I like my tools to be reliable, which is why I like Uroshizoku. Okay, maybe this is a bad idea. Maybe this is never going to work. Maybe this is never going to work. Yeah, that's what I've heard about. Yeah. No, they're extremings. Noodlers are extremings. They're extremings. Okay, we're getting into the purples. I want like a purple. Alright. Still just bleeding through. I feel very silly that I did this. I just want a purple for writing out twitch.tv. Alright. Ooh. Oh, anything that's got like the shimmers, the sheens in it is going to be a real challenge. Maintenance cell, exactly. This is probably part of why I like Oroshizoku so much, is that like Oroshizoku does two things really reliably. One is it never clogs me. Very, very rarely clogs. And the other is, you know, for these big wide pens, Oroshizoku almost always starts very neat, which is something we're having trouble with right now with the with this combination of cross purple and I forget which red this is. Pelican red? It's not a good red. It's a pretty bad red, in fact. Okay, we're getting... I think this purple might be good enough. I think we might have gotten enough of the purple out. Okay. I love experimenting. I love experimenting. Fountain pens are generally expensive. Calligraphy fountain pens are not particularly expensive, but by the standards of a lot of fountain pen nerds, these are quite bad pens. By calligraphy, people are willing to tolerate quite a bit. You know, God, it's insane to me how fast I fall back into writing Batard. With, like, no warm-up, without having touched it in, like, over a week. It's just... Good gravy, this comes back to me fast. This took, like, real thought. This took, like, real thought. To do insular minuscule. Okay. Okay. So the idea here, folks, the idea here, let me clean this one up here a little bit. The idea is that I have a big ol' portfolio folder for holding my calligraphy in, and it's translucent. And so this will be on one side, and the other one will be on the other side of the folder. That is the idea. That is the idea. And I'll be carrying that with me at MagFest. I need to figure out if there's an easy way, because it's got a briefcase handle. It has a briefcase handle, but I want it to have a shoulder strap. I want it to have a shoulder strap. That is the thing I want this thing to have that I'm not sure I can have. Oh my goodness, thank you, Versa. Thank you, Versa. Thank you, Versa. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, Versa. Thank you, Versa. Thank you, Versa. That's very kind of, that's very good of both of you. See, I can even spell my own name wrong. I can even spell my own name wrong. I know sometimes people view misspellings as like a sign of disrespect, but sometimes they are just a sign that you are a dumbass. Oh boy, yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is. Was insular the right choice? Was insular the right choice? I generally, for the style of code, yeah. The thing is, like, I just write, insular. The reason why I'm writing an insular is, hello, Akshi. Welcome back. I guess you were here earlier. But it says that you just got here. Weird. Well, I think you only did a redeem and didn't chat, but welcome in. But yeah, insular, I wonder if people can tell what's happening whenever I write an insular. Because it's pretty much always the exact same thing whenever I'm writing an insular. Shrimpimi, thank you for the follow. All right, let's get in here. And hope that I don't forget how to spell my own dang name. Okay. Okay, there we go. Spelled my own name right. Okay, hold on. I need to date these while I'm thinking about it. Then the ink film... Oh... Yeah, oil on the page is a real risk factor, and I sometimes wonder if I should, like, be doing this while wearing gloves, right? Like, I mean, obviously I get, like, ink on my hand, and I'm sure that there are people who are distressed by that. God, I remember, handling a bunch of... What do we call that? This is... 2026... 01... 05... Let's do the rest of these while I'm thinking about it. I was handling a bunch of silver nitrate. And that got all over my hands, and I assure you, people were not fond of seeing hands that are just flecked with silver nitrate. They absolutely think you have something contagious. they 110% think you have something contagious. And got one more thing I definitely want to do while I'm thinking about it here. Actually, Sparkly Anarchy, there's a couple of options there. There's a couple of things that are happening there, and I actually do know one lefty calligrapher who insists, like, this is a professional. I do know a professional left-handed calligrapher who insists that left-handed is actually easier. I do know one who insists that left-handed is easier. And she's not, like, I don't think she's insane. I don't think that she is insane. She admittedly does do pointed. She's admittedly doing pointed, and this is a Korean-American woman, I forget her name, that for pointed calligraphy, the left hand actually forces you to have better posture. And I will say, having done a bit of Versa, I've done a lot of left-handed calligraphy. I have done quite a lot of left-handed calligraphy. What you might have noticed about how I hold my pens is that I'm not choked up very far. So if I'm writing left-handed, I'm not actually ever going over the ink line. I'm actually never going over the ink line. And I could de-choke further, but I actually never smudge it going left-handed. Because I'm not writing like this. I'm writing, like this. So the ink line is all above my fingers. So I've never actually had that problem. The problem I have with doing left-handed calligraphy, actually, this is a broad nib problem. This is not a pointed nib problem. If you're a pointed nib person, it's going to be different. The problem with it with broad is that when you do it with a broad, motions that are pulling motions, normally in calligraphy, become pushing motions. And that actually feels awful. It feels awful to push a broad nib. And so that's why when I do left-handed calligraphy, I do it, backwards. Let me take a look. Let me take a look at this. Oh, that's quite good. That's quite good. That's quite good. That's more of a modern script than I was expecting. That's a more modern script than I was expecting. Thank you, Versa, for sharing. Thank you, Versa, for sharing. Copy link. Do you mind if I show on stream? This was Versa's attempt. This was Versa's attempt. This is pointed is very different, right? This is more modern than I was expecting. I was expecting more of like a copper plate. I can see what you're talking about with the break, though. I can see what you're talking about with the break. Right down here, right? Need to experiment more. Yeah. I can see like this feels like a swing right here. This S feels like a swing, and it feels like you've kind of changed angles here to more of an italic angle at the end here. So yeah, I can see what you mean. I can see what you mean. By feeling like you want to experiment more. Yeah, I think it looks really good. I struggle a lot with pointed. I cannot do pointed nearly that good. I have so little experience with pointed. It's I probably have like single-digit hours. Single-digit hours of single-digit hours of doing pointed. I've hated like every minute of it. Well, it's a very... I don't know how different of a skill it is. Like, I've always wondered about this, because people tend to assume that I would transfer over to drawing very well. But my problem with drawing isn't, like, pen control. Or at least it doesn't feel like that's where I have a problem. The problem I have is the vision. Yeah, no, copperplate's the only one I've ever like learned anything about, and like it's like when I am in calligraphy communities and people ask about doing copperplate with a fountain pen, everybody's just like don't. Everybody's like don't. If you want to do calligraphy with a fountain pen and you're doing broad nib, it's fine. These are good. These are like good enough for professional work. And they have advantages for professional work over the dips, but for copperplate, it's just nightmarish. And you also want the oblique. And I just like how do you do a fountain oblique? A fountain oblique is just like I know how you could do it. It just sucks so much. I guess you could do it if you're really strong. If you have like really strong thumb muscles. I can think of a good way to do it, and I can think of a really bad way to do it. Yeah, you grinded, dedicated. I was thinking about the oblique mounts. Yeah, I have several friends who are illustrators who have aphantasia. I do not have aphantasia. I have very good vision. I have a very good internal vision, but that also means like very like if you put me into like Blender, I can work with Blender or like sculpting. But if you put me into like illustrating like 2 dimensions, I'm like I feel like I'm having a seizure, right? I feel like I'm having a seizure trying to convert this very much like physical object, right? Like when people are like, when you picture an apple, right? Like imagine an apple, right? This is the test, right? Imagine an apple. What do you see? And like somebody who has aphantasia like doesn't really see any apple at all. I can feel the apple. I can tell you what the other side of the apple looks like. I can smell the apple. I can tell how crunchy it's going to be. I can sense the weight in my hand. And so the idea of like converting that into like a series of lines on a page is like mind melting to me. Utterly mind melting to me. No. No, I don't like this at all. For Gothic, I find I'm pretty comfortable with capital I. I'm gonna take a swing here. I'm gonna take a real big swing here. I'm gonna take a really, really big swing here. Okay, I'm gonna take a big swing here. Actually, no, hold on. Before I take the big swing. Okay, we're gonna try it here. Yeah, for more cursive eyes, yeah, for the italic eye, let's get this out of the way. So here's my italic eye, right? Is like that, right? That's fine. And you know, Gothic capital I is like that, right? That's a Gothic eye. If you're wondering how you tell the difference between Gothic eyes and Gothic J's, you're not supposed to. You're not really supposed to. Because it's because for Latin, there's not a J. There's no Latin J. Latin J is a fake. Latin J is a lie. Okay, hold on. This is what we're here to do. This is what we're here to do. That's what we're here to do. I always get mixed up here. See, this is real weakness of mine. Let's think about this. Let's think about this. I think I had it. I think I had it there. So... No, I'm doing something wrong here. I'm doing something wrong here. I always get mixed up by this. This is why I had to practice here. This is why I had to pull out a practice sheet. This is why I had to pull out a practice sheet. All right. I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. I am back. Nah, I can do better. I can do better. Okay, something like this. Okay, hold on. I can make this more interesting. I can make this more interesting. Nope, wrong way. Okay, hold on. This is insane. This doesn't work at all. 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 This is not working at all. This is mania. This is lunacy. Hello, Kari Kari. Hello, Kari Kari. I apologize for you being for America being inflicted upon you. Okay, let's take a look around here. I legitimately need to spend just like 24 hours straight just like locked in on making cadels that I can be happy with. Because it's just like, I feel so overwhelmingly incompetent with the cadels. Even though I should know how to do them by now. Hopefully, I've not done anything too odd in your absence. Yeah, we may have done an oopsie whoopsie fucky wucky here. Thank you. Welcome back, Galaxy Wolf. Sorry, I don't blame you at all. Yeah, we may have fucked up down here, Kari. May have done some really stupid shit. I am okay. I am okay. I am okay. I am struggling with... No. No. No good. No good. Okay, let's just give myself a spine. False cadel there. I don't like it. You are allowed to... Galaxy Wolfstar, I would appreciate the horny jail. You are allowed extremely, that is extremely fine. Me and Kari, if you cannot tell, are stressing out about something extremely non-horny. So, and I am probably not doing myself particular favors. I think people who are familiar with me are probably, probably aware of some of my thoughts and preferences. The reason why I'm currently kind of fixated on doing something with Cadell's and with Insular is because what I'm actually listening to in the background is Eurobeat remixes of Irish war songs. So I am putting myself through an insane psychological ringer at the moment. So let's take a sip of water there. Yeah, I don't really do horny jail around here. Had pressure from COVID? That is pretty fair. Probably because that's what I look like when I get fixated, and I'm disappointed in my handwriting right here. This is not what I want. Why is that so easy for me to do side left to right? Like, even very sloppy. I mean, well, I did just kind of say, I'm literally listening to a Eurobeat remix of Foggy Dew right now. So. Why is that so easy to do sideways? No, it's nothing to do with horny. No, I was talking about the Free President store thing. I was talking about the Free President store thing. I have strong feelings about that. I don't have strong feelings about horny jail. Other than I think it's kind of silly. Yeah, that might be it. That might be it. Let's see if I can make an H out of that. That's fair, Kari. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I feel like the Come Out Ye Black and Tan Zero Beat remix is like actually one of the most insane things that my autoplay has ever given me, and it's like really kind of warped my brain. Let's hold on a second here. Let's try this. I've screwed that up entirely. Hello, Nano. A song about drifting in smoke was about political ideology drift. Yeah. We've gotten shrimped. I've gotten stretched, but all of us have been shrimped. All of us have been shrimped. I don't know about this one. 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 No. This is something. This is something. This is something. This is insanity, but this is something. I'm combining 3 different Cadell elements here, and it's starting to cohere into something. It is madness, though. No. You're packing for our series of trips. I mean, that's what I should be doing right now. I am prepping for those series of trips, but I'm not packing yet. Oh, Moonlight Witch, thank you for the watch streak. Thank you for the watch streak. Very impressive. I still might be giving up on this. This is. I think I'm just going insane. Oh, I don't know. I feel like I'm going insane. I feel like I'm. I don't feel like it's cohering to me. These are capital H's. These are all capital H's. I'm just trying out a bunch of different capital H's. It's okay. It's okay. For what it's worth, the fact that your two brain cells are capable of knowing the entire English alphabet between the two of them is pretty impressive. That's really good data compression. That's really good data compression. I might give up on this. This is driving me insane. This is driving me nuts. My least favorite script. This is my least favorite script in calligraphy. Okay. I hate Lombardic. This is shit. This is garbage. I wonder if it will look better if I do pencil first. Right? Like... Yeah, this is dog water. Dog water. Worthless. I've taken a very simple task and made it incredibly hard for myself. This is the true meaning of art. I'm curious as to what happens here. Ah, the answer is it looks like shit. Shit. Sorry. Well, I want to be learning new skills, right? I want to be learning new skills. You know, it's not enough for me to just do things. I need to be learning, right? That's actually like the best one I've ever done. And hello, Sailor Eyes. Hello, Sailor Eyes. How you doing? How are you doing? Nope. This is Blue. You have unfortunately misunderstood. You have misread me, which is unusual. You know me quite well. 2:30 is a great time to be learning for me. Oh, I am too distractible when the daylight is up. My brain only starts to fire on full cells around now. Keep your hands busy in crocheting? Perfect. You have come to exactly the right location. This is exactly the right location. I'm gonna try this a couple more times. But yeah. Keep your hands busy in crocheting, you are absolutely in the right place. Just drawing perfect. I know, right? I know, right? I mean, Kari, we're going to spend like a significant percentage of the next couple of months in time zones, in similar time zones, which is messed up. Geezer Core is a good one. Geezer Core is a good one. I used to have it be Uncle Core, I think. It's actually kind of funny that, like, the received wisdom, right, about how to set up your tags is all around, like, choose tags that, like, people would actually search for. And I think that's insanity. I think that's insanity. The number of people who found me through tags is, like, is single digits. I like to use my tags as artistic expression, right? My tags are here to tell the people who are already here what's going on, right? They're to set a tone. Yeah, the gradient feel is absolutely not deliberate, and it probably will not show up once we turn off the light. I must admit. Yeah, the gradient effect is already actually disappearing as it dries. Okay, so this is I'm making them too thick. I'm making these too thick. Okay. That's a bit better. That's a better ratio. Yeah. Flexes will do that more. Yep. As will obviously different inks. And I mean, this is actually because I'm doing like backfills. Because I'm doing backfills, it's going to like there shouldn't be a gradient. If there is a gradient, it's going to look awful. It's going to look dreadful. Uh... Uh... How many pocket squares do you own? Actually zero. Actually zero. Kari, you have to remember, I hate suits. I only wear suits under significant duress. Yeah, you gotta talk to the bird. The bird would own pocket squares. I don't think he does. I mean, I kind of... Oh, I've disappeared. Okay. This one's kind of the closest we're gonna get. This is kind of the closest we're gonna get. I don't mind the model wearing. I don't like having my neck restricted. Not good. Not good. Not a good one. This has probably been the best one so far. Or this one. The trouble is getting the main column. The trouble is getting the main column to look right. That's where I'm really struggling. Is getting this main column to look right. That's where I'm really struggling. Alright, I'm gonna roll with this. I'm gonna roll with this. I'm rolling. Rock and roll time. Rock and roll time. Ugh. That would have worked way better if I had 3D tracking. Okay. There we go. Mocha Kavesi, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. I don't know why I felt like... Okay, I do know why. I do know exactly why. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. There we go. Ratmost. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, hold on a second here. And let's... Okay. Well, let's date that actually. Let's date that actually. 2026. 0105. Okay. Well, socked again. Hello, Noise Marine. Hello, Noise Marine. Hello, Noise Marine. Howdy, 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 indeedy duty. Wow, Firefox really runs like crap these days. I need to kill my Firefox. You arrive from not having a sleep schedule anymore. That happens. A lot of that going around these days, and I am definitely a culprit. I am definitely a part of that. Oh. Okay. Yeah, my sleep schedule is I think I have had some sort of obligation at 2 different instances at each of the 24 hours of the day at some point over the last 72 hours. I think that there's literally not a single hour in which I could have reliably have been asleep any 2 days in a row out of the last 4, I think is how it actually works out. Including notably almost 40 hours straight over the weekend. I am in such a mess. Let's try to figure out something here. No, that's not it. That's not it. This is alright. This is actually alright. Yeah, 4:30 to 5:30 is usually actually pretty good. Those are like some of the better hours for sleep for me at this point. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I feel like I'm getting somewhere here. Let's expand it a little bit further. Let's expand it a little bit further. Putting on the background trying to sleep is great for the not thinking aspect. That's wonderful to hear. That's wonderful to hear. That especially means that I'm doing a good job of not, you know, inflicting my anxieties on all of you, right? I think that's a very strong positive sign there. Your discussions are great for sleep. That's good. That's good. Unfortunately, we are about to get hit by ads. Unfortunately, you are about to get ads. I guess the fact that you're relatively alert right now is probably fine, right? That you're not actually that close to falling asleep. Okay, this is looking alright. This is looking alright. I think it needs to be a little bit more extreme. I think mostly I need this side to go out further. Fuck ads. Well, you're going to get the fan art gallery, because I need to get up and use the restroom. And the rest of you should as well. If you are drawing, you should be standing up and getting a stretch on. I'm really not going to be going on for too much longer. I mostly just want to be working on this A, because I have a commission that includes a Cadell A. And it's my only outstanding commission before I go on this vacation. I don't know that I will get it out before I get out the door, which I think I'm okay with. I think I'm not going to try to get it done tonight, basically. Yeah, that was mediocre there. Yeah, we're about to go into ads. I'm going to run them right now and use the bathroom. So be right back. Everybody stretch, especially all you people drawing. Don't give yourself horrible, weird back injuries. And I'm back, and I'm back. Hold on a second here. Let me just take a look around. Oh, this one's clean. This one's clean. I need it to not be. I need it to have color in it. Yes. Good. 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 Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie. Hello, Jamie Sis. Hello, Jamie Sis. Okay. Going to be doing a third inking in one stream. You didn't see that. Let's grab some ink. Let's grab some ink. Where are you? Huh. That's queer. Akasume is over here. Where is my Asagao? Where is my Asagao? No, seriously, where the fuck? Where did I put my Asagao? All right, please, Noise Marine, please. Honestly, I would say just finish it. Just go to bed. Just go to bed. World of Warcraft will be fine without you. Azeroth will not miss. Azeroth will be okay. Seriously, where did I put my Asagao? I'm going to go crazy here. No, it's not there, but it shouldn't be there. Oh, shouldn't be there. Great content here, right? And just rustling sounds as I look around my desk. Might give up on this and look for the Asagao in the morning, which is appropriate. Oh, there it is. There it is. See, all I had to do was give up. All I had to do was give up. So, syringe assemble. Syringe assemble, and disassemble pen, and open crate, and open. Wow, I've been burning through this Asagao real hard. Looks like I may have spilled a fair amount of it, I must say. These things are incredible. Huge advocate of this style of can opener. Near instantaneous. No effort. Okay. And let's Glub 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 ink ASMR. Yep, 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 yep. Yep. That is what we are getting right now. Glub 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 ink ASMR. Yep. Holy moly, this ink. What a... Jesus. What a transformation. What a transformation. Holy crap. Jeezy Pete's. What a contrast. Oh. I feel like weights lifted from my shoulders. Inside details is blue and the outlines is black. I could, but it's I'd have to. Ugh. I mean, the biggest reason why I'm so excited about this is that the blue is so much better behaved than the black. Oh, the black feels like I'm writing with mittens on. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. I don't know that I'm set up to do it. And it might be annoying enough to do that I'd rather do it with like clay than with a calligraphy pen. Like that might be something I'd rather do with like that's like a do with clay rather than with calligraphy. Yeah, we're getting somewhere with this. Let's try doing a really geometric top line. Hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. Good morning to you, Michan. Okay. Congratulations on the Steam Deck. Congratulations on the Steam Deck. Congratulations on the Steam Deck. I think the highly geometric one is the way to go. Oh. Sorry. This is from the Ballad of Luthien. And it's pretty affecting. I don't know. I've put myself in an emotionally vulnerable position tonight. So. So. So sorry, I'm a little bit less talkative. Hello, Crow Guy 133. We try. I try. This is usually a pretty good co-working stream for others. This is... I'm just testing out some spacing on a commission. So obviously I'm reusing some paper, so this looks like absolute schizophrenia, I think, to anybody who doesn't know what they're looking for. But yes. Yes. Please. Stay a while. The real question, yep, this is true, it's true. And this is scrap paper, right? I do feel like I'm pretty happy with my Cadell A's. And hello, Zachop. Hello, Zachop. How are you doing tonight, man? Been a minute. You doing all right? No. This is from the Ballad of Luthien. And here I have found what I sought not indeed, but finding I would possess forever. This is for somebody's wedding. right? This is for Aspen's wedding. So yeah. Well, it's going all right, Zachop. Hello, Crow Guy. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I have made myself somewhat emotional by by listening to Irish, by listening to the Foggy Do and Come Out You Black and Tans a whole lot. So that's where I'm at mentally. Which I think you all understand. Yeah. It was actually kind of fun. I got to explain that song to somebody the other day because somebody was on stream and knew the song but didn't understand why it would be referred to as Come Out Ye Black and Tans. Because, you know, Irish people are pale. I was like, no, it's the uniforms. It's the uniforms are the black and tans. It's not the... It's not about skin tone. It's not about skin tone. Yeah. Well, it's interesting. Well, one of those things that I have learned over the years is that some of the music that I listened to when I was younger is actually substantially stupider than I thought it was at the time. The real standout to me is Iron Maiden. It turns out that learning more about Iron Maiden as a band causes you to lose a lot of respect for them as learning more about the people behind the band. I was thinking I might need to use... So this is the big question with this one was, would I want to do this with the 3.6 or with the 6mm? And I think the 6mm is way too big. Compliments are nice, Crow Guy. Compliments, fan art, all these things are good. All these things are good. But yeah, the one that I'm still staggered by is learning that there's a song about Iron Maiden called 2 Minutes to Midnight, which feels like a really obvious reference to the Bureau of Atomic Scientists countdown clock for nuclear Armageddon, right? They're very pseudoscientific goofball measure for like, how likely are we to have a nuclear war at any given moment in time? And they seem to kind of do it pretty willy-nilly. Hello, Hoomter. Hello, Hoomter. And it turns out that the song 2 Minutes to Midnight is actually just anti-abortion, which is baffling. Completely baffling choice by Bruce Dickinson there. How are you doing, Hoomter? I was talking about how sometimes songs hit harder and sometimes songs hit less hard. I was saying that I have put myself into a bit of an emotional state by listening to The Foggy Do over and over again. Well, and here's I'm well aware, Crow Guy. I'm well aware. The issue is more just like, will this passage fit on the page in 6mm? That's the actual question. If I can get away with using 6mm, I will pretty much always do so. But given the length of this passage, I think I cannot fit it into one page. Which is fine. I think 3.6 I can fit in, but I don't think 6mm I can fit in. But yeah, I actually prefer working with a 6 pretty much whenever I can. Where's some of the stuff I worked on today? Legitimately, where did I put it? Yeah, most of my stuff was was 6mm today, right? So this was obvious. This was 2.4, and then the rest of this was 6mm. All 6mm. Piece of paper. This was 2.4. And then 6 and 3.6. 6 and 3.6. I'd like to use the 6 pretty much whenever I can get away with it. Yeah, Blobbyderp. Blobbyderp rated in. I do a little thank you for rating sheet for everybody. I'm thinking about what Zachop just asked. Yeah, Blobbyderp and Cat Deer Snooze and Exalted Emily. Most valuable to me piece of paper. Okay, I know which one it is. Well, Noir did it recently, very quickly. Noir managed to do it very, very easily, quite recently. Passport's more of a pain in the ass, as a rule. But, yeah, I can think of a letter from my grandmother that is the most valuable one to me. I can think of that. Yeah, there's a letter from my grandmother. Yeah. I'll just leave it at that. But that's definitely the one that's the most valuable to me. Oh, that I've made? Oh, that I've made. That I've made. I'm not actually very sentimental about the stuff that I've made. Everything that I've made is like kind of meant to be given away. Right now, it might be my first commission. Which is a bit buried right now, so I'm not gonna pull it out. But my first my first like really formal commission, I really liked it, was by Tohu Bohu commissioned me to do a full page on the death of Li Bai. And Li Bai is a favorite of mine. Li Bai is probably my favorite poet. I really like Li Bai. And so that one stands out to me. Like the on the death of Li Bai really stands out to me. But most of my stuff it's meant to be improved upon, right? I don't feel like I feel like I'm very far. I feel like I'm very, very far from hitting any sort of opus magnum at this point. I feel like I'm very far from hitting any sort of opus magnum. I know that is one of those things that, like, in my other career, it is actually possible that in my non-calligraphy writing career, I can think of a poem I wrote that might be the best thing I will ever write in my entire life. But that's not on paper, right? That's digital. There's a poem that may be, in fact, the best thing I will ever write. Which is a little bit weird. Because I feel like I've got a lot of years left in me. Based on my family life, my family history, and my personal health, I should have decades left. That's very sweet of you to say, Crow Guy. That's extremely sweet of you to say, because I will not lie. Periodically, when I oh, and also, actually, here's one that this is not one that's like super personally valuable to me in terms of sentimental, but I think it's very funny. Zachop, you will really like this one. You will like this one. But yeah, Crow Guy, I can go over to the Reddit, the calligraphy Reddit, and see some people who I just like look at and I just like want to cry at how good they are. There are some people over there who are crazy. But yes, I love this one. We have fallen upon evil times, and the world has waxed very old and wicked. Politics are very corrupt. Children are no longer respectful to their parents. By King Naram Sin of Chaldea, 3800 BC. I love this quote. I love this quote so much. This one's amazing to me. This is... I might redo this one because I made a mistake. And I mean, the Chop's a fellow lefty. This is one of my favorite rules about social commentary. I think it's my favorite single rule about social commentary, is that anytime somebody has a kids these days complaint, it is literally thousands of years old, and anytime somebody has a since time immemorial thing, that's always something that was invented in like the 1920s to sell cigarettes. Right? Like, those are your two things, right? Like nations have been with us since time immemorial. No, they have not. Nations have been with us since the 1830s. They were invented by poets to sell more poems. Like, garbage, nonsense. Yeah, all of them. It's incessant. It is incessant. It is incessant. It is always kids these days. Everybody has always had the same basic sets of complaints. I do not know the Juvenoia video. Framing keeps everything close. That's actually very sweet of you to say, Crow Guy. I do feel like that's something I actually struggle with quite a bit. I feel like I actually struggle quite a bit with the framing on the camera. I do think I do pretty good with the lighting and the my voice and my music choice. I think I'm doing very good on the BGM, which is not by I did not make it. It is by Noru over on Dova Syndrome. But I do put work into that. I do put work into that. It is one of those things I kind of like to note for people, is that a huge percentage of the skill that goes into this as a field is stuff that you don't really learn on the job. Like, I am a former teacher. I'm a former teacher, and before I was even a teacher, I was already an experienced public speaker. I always flew through the public speaking portions of school. It has always been an advantage of mine because I was trained in public speaking from a very young age. From a very, very young age. Probably since I was like 5. And so a lot of that public speaking skill stuff is like very intuitive to me. Oh, I'm American. I am Los Gringo. I'm un Yankee. But I come from a family with a lot of teachers. A lot of political activists, a lot of clergy in my family, of multiple different denominations. And it was a minister in my family who actually has from a different religion than what I was raised with. I was raised Catholic, but a minister in my family was the one who really taught me when I was like really young. Those were like my first vocal lessons, and I still remember. He passed away in 09. He passed away in 08, 09, and I still remember him chastising me for under enunciating, right? Like listen to me right now. And he was like, "You're speaking so mushmouth. How do you expect anyone to understand you if you do not enunciate and elocute properly? You sound like you are chewing on rocks while you speak." And I was like, Jesus. I still remember it. I still remember him saying that to me when I was like 17. Oh, that's very sweet of you to say. Like I said, Crow Guy, that's a skill that I think I came in with. And yeah, as a chop, I am not feeling great. Not feeling great about being inside these borders. It is not a good vibe. It's an MMA YouTuber. I was trying to give him more of a what's the name of that guy? Darth Vader's voice. Mufasa's voice. Hunt for the Red October. James Earl Jones. More of a James Earl Jones voice. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Michan. Yeah, more of a James Earl Jones. He had a more even cadence than James Earl Jones. James Earl Jones was very clipped. The James Earl Jones cadence is very clipped, not just deep, but enunciates the terminal consonants very clearly, and has a real roll to it between words, not very even cadence, because he is a dramatist. He is intended to sound larger than life. That is the James Earl Jones way. You know, but I try. I don't mind sharing some of like the core of this Crow Guy in terms of like the technique. One of the parts of it that I think is actually highly valuable, and this is something that like works better for me as like a chill male VTuber rather than the much more common like gremlin-y comedy female VTuber, is I do speak a little bit deeper on stream than I do in my... Well, actually not too different from my native accent, but it does come out a little bit deeper because I am slowing down my speech. I am slowing down my speech pattern from my native. Because my native, I am a New Yorker. I am a New Yorker, and New Yorkers are very famous for speaking very quickly. It's something of a common trait that my people have, is that we speak very, very quickly. We kind of not even really over-enunciate, we kind of over-replicate ourselves. We kind of duplicate what we're saying and go back over what we're saying, and we just kind of revisit it over and over again to kind of fill the air a little bit faster and keep it moving. You know, we always are trying to keep it moving. The New Yorkers are a kind of famously neurotic and fast-paced folk, and so this is how we kind of speak. We kind of speak at this pace. And there are a couple of reasons to not do that as a streamer, not least of which obviously being that's harder for people to understand who are not used to it. You want to go slower when you are streaming for a couple of reasons. One is, like I said, comprehension, but there's actually two really valuable other reasons. And one of the, and it's, if you talk more slowly, you are saying fewer things. And this means that you wear out your throat less, which is like a real limiting factor. That's like genuinely a limiting factor that you have to worry about when you're streaming. But also it means you have to come up with fewer things to say. You don't need to come up with as many cool new things to say if you spend a longer amount of time to say those things. You tend to speed up when you get nervous. That Huggetry, don't get nervous. I have some hats to chop, but I took away the Christmas hat recently. I do have multiple ties. I do like the ties. Ratmos gave me a shout out. That's a sign. That's a sign. We are bailing out. We are bailing out, folks. We're going to have to bail out. We are going to have to get the fuck out of here before she raids us. Okay. That's a sign to get the fuck out. Okay, so the schedule tomorrow is that I'm doing Helldivers. I'm doing Helldivers tomorrow at Ratmos channel. I don't know who else will be there. Because so I will not be streaming there. I will not be streaming because I tested it out, and trying to stream and run Helldivers 2 at the same time was really nasty. That is my plan, Hugatry. That is my plan. That is my plan. This is my last stream that is scheduled for a while. We are going to be on Guerrilla streams after that, because I'm going to MagFest, right? I'm going to MagFest. And then after MagFest, I am going on another vacation. I'm going from MagFest to another vacation, and then after that vacation, I'm back in New York for like 2 days before I go on another major trip, because all of the stuff that I tried to schedule for November and December got pushed back to January because nobody wanted to do anything in November or December. So I will hopefully get some streams in, but they will be guerrilla streams. I will probably not have my camera with me. It will be, I will probably do things like Dispatch. I would like to do Dispatch. I would like to do Grime. I would like to do Blasphemous. I might. We might get Dark Souls, baby. Might go back to Dark Souls, baby. Anybody here who wanted to feel peaceful and calm about the world is not prepared to watch me play Dark Souls. I have heard the Dispatch Fly Out for Boys. I love that. I love that. I am the worst Dark Souls player of all time. I failed the tutorial 123 times, baby. I had a great time. But one of my mods literally had a nervous breakdown from how bad I was at Dark Souls. I'm very amused by this. I'm never going to stop being amused by this. All right. We're going over to Ratmost. It's her birthday. It is their birthday. We say it's their birthday. Okay. Goodbye. I love you all. See you tomorrow.